Well, a very good morning to you and welcome to Twickenham, the home of England rugby, as we prepare for a huge day of County Championships finals, featuring the Beaumont Cup final at midday between Cornwall and Cheshire. A little later on, there's the Shield final between Hampshire and Staffordshire. But our coverage is getting underway this morning with the Division 2 plate final, and that's going to be fought out, as you can see, between the East Midlands and Kent. My name's Nick Heath, great to have your company on this live stream on englandrugby.com and on YouTube, of course, wherever you're watching. It'll be great to hear from you. I'm on @RugbyMedia on Twitter if you'd like to get in touch with any good luck messages for today's teams and players. Let us know where you're tuning in, whether it's around the East Midlands heartlands or the Kent coast or perhaps further afield internationally. Tell us where you are and who you're cheering on. Of course, we've got two new finalists from last year's competition where Surrey beat Eastern Counties. The East Midlands came through the Division 2 North group with 3 wins, scoring 90 points along the way. 3 weeks ago they saw off Northumberland by 17 points to 7. Then 2 weeks ago it was a 45-10 drubbing of Leicestershire, and last week they beat Durham by 28 points to 19. For Kent, well, they won 2 and lost 1, losing 2 weeks ago to Somerset in a close match by 26 to 22. But they were victorious over the North Midlands by 43 to 28, and also Devon, who they overcame by 29 points to 8. They've conceded more points than the East Midlands, incidentally, on their way to this point, so defence will be critical, as we know it always is. So let's have a look at the teams for this one then, and we can start with the East Midlands. Front row of Culverhouse, Latouey and Collins. In the engine room, Gulliver and Tyler. Back row of Sam Crooks, Brett Danes and the skipper Mahama Molatika. Half-backs Gavin Williams and Jack Green, Delaravian and Dahl. And then Raven and Barnard. I think there might be a slight late change in that one, and Joe Daniel on the wing and Carrion Lynch. So most of the players are fed into this team from Ampthill. The tight 5 are all from the Bedfordshire club, as is fullback Lynch. Late change has seen Will Carrington come into the centre, with JJ Raven dropping to the bench, side skippered there by Molatika. And Latouey, of course, a familiar face to Gloucester and Worcester fans, with 38 caps for the Tongan. Looking at the Kent team then, well, Canterbury are the club that make up 5 of the starting 15, with surveyors, PE teachers, sales managers and insurance brokers among them. And skipper Tom Stradwick plays with Blackheath. He's also represented England counties, as have a few in the side. So front row of Green, Bonner and Reid, Bellinger and Cadman in the second row, Cantwell, McCormick, Houston and Stradwick there making up the back row. Half-backs Charles Edwards and James Cameron. The wingers Hamilton and Sayers. In the centres, John McMahon and JJ Murray. And the fullback is Aidan Moss. So the two teams will just be going through their last moments of preparation down in the changing rooms. Just have a look at the replacements as well then for both sides. Vili Maasi, Dan Seal, Andy Ince, Tom Lewis, Tom Orton. There's Will Carrington at 21, so that late change has seen him step up into the starting centre. And JJ Raven will be wearing 21. Neil Wakefield, Nick Porter, Thomas Scorgie, Lee Covington, Sam Eidman, Rob White and Ben Huff is the last man there. Sales trader. He's played 4 times at Twickenham, Mr. Huff. So as you said, just waiting for the teams to make their entrance. It's an early day here at early start here at the home of England Rugby. As we said, we have 2 more counties finals to come. One kicking off at midday. That's the Bill Beaumont Cup. Then we have the Shield final at 5:15. Of course, the small matter of England-Wales, which we'd love to bring you on the live stream, but I understand that some broadcaster called Sky might have that one. So here we go then. The two teams are making their way onto the field. Kent on the left-hand side in the navy, and the East Midlands in the gold, light and dark blue stripes. Big occasion for these guys. Such a great moment for them. As Kent get into their huddle. Final words of encouragement from the skipper, no doubt. First few minutes of any rugby game, so crucial as to the ascendancy. Our referee for this one is Adam Leal. Assistants Peter Crouch and Andy Bickle. Yes, Peter Crouch, I did read that. I think it's an interesting departure from his football career. So the scene is set. Teams ready to do battle. Who is going to be the winner of the Division 2 plate final? As we mentioned, they've overcome plenty on their way to get here. And they've got friends and family, as you can see, over in the West Stand. Do keep in touch, as we said, on @Rugby Media. This is my Twitter handle. Love to hear where you're watching this game from. as Mr. Leal gets the game underway. And, well, the ball just almost beating the first line of jumpers there. And, well, just as Luke Bellinger tried to get things going, we've had a knock-on from the kick-off, so it'll be an early chance for Gavin Williams to get the ball into the scrum and try and set his back line away. Williams and Green, the half-back combination for East Midlands. Green, former East Midlands under-20 player. Graduated to the senior side against the Eastern Counties at Norwich in 2007. Williams, well, he's played rugby league for Warrington Wolves, as well as Union for Wasps. Man with a decent pedigree. Any word from the referee to the two front rows. Can sort out the problems at the start of the game, and hopefully we can have a decent rugby played.
Fine.
Comes ready for the ball in. Oh, it's not tidy. It's in fact going to be a penalty to Kent. First ascendancy to the southeast.
Number 3, in and down.
Can hear the players calling next job, next job. Whether it's a counties final, a premiership final, an international. It's the sort of phrase that many players use. Get on to the next thing, don't worry about what's just happened. Know that you've got responsibility to do something next. And that responsibility was well taken in the line-up from Kent. Edwards is there, trying to marshal his forwards along. It's with McCormick Houston. Regional sales manager for Heineken, McCormick Houston. Can he earn himself a drink after this one? Edwards releases it away to the left through Cameron. Crash ball up the middle from McMahon. PE teacher from Tunbridge Juddians. Made his senior debut in that 26-22 defeat by Somerset 2 weeks ago. Then a little shorter ball, and it was a man and ball moment. Ball came backwards. Did it come off an East Midlands hand? Referee is playing on. Kent will try and build down the short side. Trying to get over the gain line. Then it's back in field, taken on by Joe Bonner. Bellinger once more. Played for Clifton and the Crusaders, also the British Army before joining Westcombe Park, Bellinger. East Midlands giving away another penalty. What's the decision going to be here? Chance to take 3 points. James Cameron waited 14 years for his third appearance at Twickenham, having played for Hull Ionians. Represented Yorkshire at under 15, under 16 and under 18 level. And he's going to have an opportunity to step up and try and put the first points on the board of our county championship finals for today. Cameron then, not the easiest of opening salvos. Not quite able to get it on that occasion. It's a deep 22 taken in by McMahon. Looks for the support, finds his fullback Aidan Moss, and then a little bit of cheeky footwork, and it worked out well as JJ Murray just fed that one on. Little ball back inside was untidy, but it went backwards. Referee's happy. Oh, it's a really good bounce out of the tackle. Ben Gulliver was sent packing. Ball well presented from Stradwick. East Midlands just can't get their hands on the ball so far. There again for Edwards. Cameron. Murray is going to worry a few of those Midlands defenders with those feet. Daniel Hamilton. Well, that could be an effective turnover for the Midlands. That's been really well done. Was that Brett Danes in there? Little ball passed back in field. Tremendous awareness from Danes, pouncing on that ball. And now Midlands going route one through Culverhouse. Then it's away from Williams. Kick downfield, they've just handed possession back there. They'll be hoping that the exit kick gives them some possession down on the touchline, but it hasn't worked out that way, and Sam Crooks will run it back. Looked like he was caught in two minds momentarily, but Molatika, the skipper, then carries up to the halfway line. Away from scrum half Williams again. Just over the gain line. Kent defence rushed up fast, trying to put the pressure on. Have they snaffled that ball on the floor? I think it was just knocked forward. And East Midlands will have an opportunity from this scrum, albeit inside their own half. So just a moment for both of the teams to catch their breath. First moments that we saw East Midlands with the ball. They were certainly trying to just play it a little tight. Message in from Ryan Redmond. Come on, Kent Rugby. Live stream of the match at Twickenham was the perfect excuse not to revise this morning. I was very good at tidying my bedroom whenever I had to revise. Absolutely spotless. Of course, Cornwall against Cheshire coming up in the BEAUMONT Cup at midday. Molatika is under a fair amount of pressure from Edwards. Does get it away to his scrum half Williams though, and Williams wants to put the little grubber through to that right hand touchline. Invites Aidan Moss forwards. Moss did really well not to put his foot on the whitewash. Kent under a bit of pressure here. Just going to straighten and try and set up the run. Good responsibility from the skipper. In fact, Kent win themselves the penalty, and that'll relieve a bit more of the pressure. Good work from Stradwick. Then. Oh, it's long and over the top, and it might get profited on by East Midlands. Right in the middle of the park. Ball is away from Williams. Tui and on to Cameron. Going sideways more than forwards. They need one of the big men to just set the platform, and there is one of them. Tui, 38 tests for Tonga, 7 times for the Pacific Islanders between 99 and 2015. Played against England here at Twickenham in 2008. a chance from the tee. And Midlands set themselves up with a chance to put some points on the board. There's an opportunity, Latui. On hooking duty today, he can play prop as well. So Kent got a call wrong a moment or two ago, but that one's gone all right for the East Midlands. Matt Collins tidying up at the back. Engineer, former Cheshire College man. Come round the corner, away from Williams. On the crash ball was Carrington. They go right again. An awful lot of attention around Jack Green. Done well to actually get that ball back. Williams again. Losing Adam Barnard that time, but it's been lost forwards. It's untidy. They look to try and find a bit of room for Daniel Hamilton. Puts a little chip through. Referee says advantage over there. There's a big tackle. Veenendahl, and it's a penalty to Kent. Well, they've done really well there. The lost ball forwards, they took advantage, decided to try and get Hamilton some space up there. His kick through, and once isolated, it caused the turnover of the penalty. Kent will have more time to take territory up that left-hand touchline. Just seem to be shading the control of the game at the moment, Kent. Goes up. They want the ball in fast. Bellinger with the jump. First appeared for Kent 9 years ago, the second row. They're all having a conversation with the referee. Edwards. And McCormick Houston goes in. Inside flanker wanted to perhaps just nick that one out the back and truck it round the corner, but he's gone in to try and help get the ball back, as I said. In fact, with the ball going to ground and unplayable, or not got to ground, it's an East Midlands ball. Score yet in this one. Bowmont Cup final kicking off at midday. Cheshire against Cornwall. Plenty of interest in that one. No doubt plenty of travelling Cornish fans as well. I think a fair few of them were up yesterday cheering on the Exeter Chiefs. Might be based in Devon, but West Country travelling en masse to Twickenham this weekend. Penalty East Midlands. Looked like the scrum was ready for the ball to go in there, but by the time Williams tried to put it in, it was on its way down. Decision made for the referee. Some decent length on the penalty kick downfield as well. So a bit of toing and froing from both of these sides, needing a bit more continuity in the more dangerous areas of the field attack-wise. Who's going to be the main man here? They go to the back and Max Cantwell will take that. It's cleanly down, and Molatika, he had to jump through that one. we're just going to have a little word from the referee here. Tricky, that one, for Marn, given that Malatika was jumping into that as he ran on. Suggestion of a bit of a dangerous tackle, but you're also not allowed to jump out of a tackle in the rugby union. So first opportunity from the tee. Harry Sayers. Sorry, Joe Daniel. Right down the middle and drilled right down the middle of the sticks. We have our first score in the County Championship Division 2 plate final, and it's gone the way of the East Midlands. Joe Daniel slotting the penalty. East Midlands 3, Kent 0. Just over 14 minutes played of the match. Just trying to get their hands on calm a bit of possession from the restart, but Kent are doing their best to spoil it. Where is it? It's certainly the question in the mind of the referee, but he's decided Midlands take it in, and Kent have done enough to force the turnover. Good keenness from the boys in blue from that restart. Get straight back into the heart of the Midlands. Spoil what they're doing, stop them securing clean ball. Hamilton is just over on the left, just out of your picture. McMahon and Cameron close to each other. Who's going to be the first one to receive this? Cameron seems to be running over to the short side, but I think he was hoping he was going to get good service from the scrum half, but East Midlands are the ones who get the penalty shout with a great shove on. Decent kick from Daniel. Tui's arrows and a combination of the jumps from his players not quite working out at that set piece. And now Kent, well, have they managed to find some room on the outside here with Aidan Moss getting away? Moss, oh, that's lovely out the back of the hand for Sayers. And Kent, are they going to go all the way here? Sayers cuts back in field, and we're going to have the game's first try. That was brilliantly worked from the turnover at the line out, and simple through the hands and drawing the players from Kent. Sayers, the right wing, profiting brilliantly from Aidan Moss's cheeky ball out the back of the hand. Really nicely done from Kent. This was once the line out had failed. Knew they had a bit of an overlap. Moss got away. Look at that, absolutely sublime for Sayers. Was able to do Joe Daniel, all ends up in terms of cutting back in. Under the posts he goes. James Cameron adding the extras then. So East Midlands first on the board, but Kent reply with the try. Ball a little loose. East Midlands will have the scrum. Midlands 3, Kent 7. Coming towards the end of the first quarter of the game. They're expecting a sellout here at HQ as the course of the day goes on. Of course, England-Wales being played here this afternoon. Eddie Jones's men taking on Warren Gatland's Welsh boys ahead of both of the sides disappearing off to their Southern Hemisphere tours. England facing a 3-test tour with Australia, Wales taking on New Zealand. New Zealand, incidentally, last night revealing their latest squad. Just when you think a few of the legends might have stepped out of the game and there could be a moment of weakness for the All Blacks, the list of names and new talent is just mind-blowing. Certainly every reason that the international later on this afternoon is going to be a full bore one and nothing less. But neither of these two sides are giving an inch either. In from Williams. Just controlled at the back by Molotika, and Midlands get the penalty. They're certainly getting the ascendancy in the scrum. Whether it's their put-in or Kent's, they're causing problems. Could prove to be a very valuable platform for them as the morning goes on. Ball is probed into the corner from Sayers. From Joe Daniel. It's twice I've made that mistake. Midlands backing themselves from the line-out then. Latui's got to be accurate. It was very nearly stolen, but it's down with Molotika. And can the Midlands get the rumble on? They've certainly been getting the ascendancy in the scrum, as we said, and now in the maul, it seems to be going in a similar way. They are crabbing towards that corner, but they're surely going to be over the referee right on the spot. And is it Molotika at the bottom of it? I think it is. The skipper getting over. And as soon as a Kent scored against first try of Midlands, reply. These Midlands get themselves back into the lead. Just a textbook catch and drive, really. Straight down at the back. Kent putting the numbers in. But once they started to move in unison, there wasn't an awful lot Kent could do to stop it. Referee well positioned, and they break and score. Camera position right behind this one. Joe Daniel looks to try and make it 2 from 2 with this effort down on the left-hand touchline. Connected well with it, it's just faded past the left-hand upright. Crucially, these Midlands get themselves into the lead. 8 points to 7 then. Edwards with the restart. Oh, there's a penalty. A little bit of blocking and crossing. Not allowing the man to make the tackle man who was in possession. Quite rightly at this point of the game, calm heads. Let's just take an opportunity for 3 points from the posts. One from a similar position earlier in the day, but he slotted that one. And a slightly seesaw game. Kent get themselves back into the lead. That's 8, Kent 10. Oh, that's really nicely won. The East Midlands profiting down the short side, they're then into touch. A thundering run from Gulliver. Josh Tyler, I believe. Line out, taken relatively quickly, get on with it, I think Kent. On to Royce Cadman, then ball cleared downfield. It's just gone over the head of Veenendaal. And then Lynch puts it up. Veenendaal gets the chase on. It's going to be too long for him, though. Taken down at the 22 by Moss. Almost stepped into the tackle rather than away from it there. Edwards. Oh, well, there we go. Hello and sit down. Really strong tackle. Kent unfazed by it, though. Go through the phases again, now back into the 22. Put the kick up, it's a little up and under. That's actually worked out pretty well. Thought maybe it was a bit of a misfire, but they do hold on to possession. A little show inside and then outside from McMahon. That's a good, strong angle from Stradwick. Ball pops out. Trickier for Edwards to deal with, but there's been a stray boot in there. Referee not happy, so it's a penalty to Kent. I think the call was playing the 9 when he didn't have the ball there. Touch there, I don't think he's found it. No. Taken by Lynch. Have they actually got a room to get the men down the short side? They didn't. Got themselves a little caught up. Gulliver tidies for the Midlands. Williams, Latui ships it on for Molatika. Goes in pretty high. Does enough to get the ball to ground. Williams has to clear the hands out of the way. Now they want to go short side. Ball is popped up nicely for Brett Daines. Plenty of communication going on to the referee. Calls to the assistant as well. And Tui needs 2 or 3 to try and stop him. Kent sensing the chance of a possible turnover there, and they do win the penalty as Latui holds on to it. Choosing the moments when to send the men in and put the pressure on the man, and they spotted a chance there and got straight into it. Can get themselves the penalty. Slowly working their way up the field again. They're going to take the chance to go for the posts as well. Cameron. Chartered accountant. Played his rugby at Leeds Carnegie as well. Molatika just having a word with the referee, wanting to Get a bit more understanding as to how some of the game is going to be refereed. Moratika with 3 appearances at Twickenham for the Barbarians against England. Cameron's first effort from the right-hand side of the field. Seems a little weightier, that one. Oh, and it bounces off the upright. East Midlands have got to stay alert to it. It's well taken by Williams, but he was thumped to the ground immediately. Kent run up to try and put some pressure on. Midlands are narrow defensively in terms of defending the ball on their own line. A little bit of a sliced clearance from Williams. Hamilton jumps, he's mistimed his jump. It's there with Kent, and this could be a really good platform for them. Stradwick just steps around the first tackle of Ben Gulliver. Then they go around the corner again. Edwards, Cameron, Moss does well to step out of the first tackle. Oh, and then it's another one of those offloads. Surely it's got to be another try. Well, it should have gone really to JJ Murray. They'll be ruining that opportunity. Harry Sayers really should have given it to his centre colleague out on the touchline, decided to throw the dummy and go himself, and he didn't have the legs to get there. Kent to the left this time, through Cameron, little show inside. Murray making another decent line. Didn't get the ball though. Short side they go this time. Cameron onto Moss. Tall, rangy figure, but he's got a good step. Strong enough to hold on to the ball at close quarters. Charlie Edwards thought about going himself. Had a go. Oh, then they're not held in the tackle, and that's got to be a try. That's really great awareness. Moratika couldn't hold him in the tackle. And it's a second try for Kent. Brilliant from Max Cantwell. He's taken a bit of a knock for his troubles in the process. Represented Kent under 20 in London and South East at the same level. Showed great strength to get through the tackle and see how close the line was. Brilliant finishing from the flanker. Cameron's attempt to add the extras just fades past the far upright. So 7 points between the sides, a converted try no less. This is how it came. There was the first little show inside. That's where I thought it might be JJ Murray being sent through. But then they went down the short side. There's the pick through Moratika, not held, and just stretches out to get the ball down on the whitewash. Really nicely done. Kent with possession inside their half. Little short ball for Joseph Bonner. Hooker is his brother David in the squad. He's not made the matchday 23. He's played for multiple clubs, Bonner. There's a little chip through from Hamilton. Chasing after that, putting on the pressure to Lynch, but a little step away from the full-back, and he's actually found a nice little bit of space here, and his runners are herring after this. Joe Daniel is putting the pressure on. Kent are going to get there first, though. Through the try scorer. Cantwell didn't get to his feet there, and in fact has given away the penalty as a result. So, with the clock ticking down, just around 5-6 minutes remaining of this first half, trailing by 7 points. Can the East Midlands use this as a chance to narrow the deficit? What's the decision? Still a second half to play. Is it just a chance to add 3 points, or are they going to go into the corner? They certainly backed themselves from the rolling maul before, and it looks to me like that's been the call for Daniel. Puts the ball into the stands. Kent have got to try and ask the right questions here of themselves defensively. Can they stand up to the rolling maul? Can they defend it? So difficult to do legally in the game as a whole if a team is particularly good at putting it together. Key is, of course, to try and get in and make those early tackles on the men with possession. With possession is Gulliver. Got it to ground. Then it's with Molotika at the back again. They go around the right-hand side this time, and the ball is down. It's the same result from the last driving maul. Kent have got to be wary of giving away penalties that will allow the East Midlands to kick into those corners if this is going to be the result every time. Solid work from Midlands, knowing exactly what works for them. That's excellent play, and Molotika dots down for his second. 2 points, the difference. Great to be starting the day with a tight old affair. Daniel then to add the extras and tie the scores. Not been able to. So, stadium clock is just showing, well, in fact, as is ours, just over 3 minutes remaining. Kent holding on to the lead. Cameron. A little lower restart that time. Oh, and Gulliver's just knocked that on. Not a huge amount of time to build, but if Kent can use first phase ball, we've seen them use the ball through the hands pretty effectively. Certainly when the likes of Moss and Sayers have come onto it. JJ Murray as well. Not quite sure that we've seen Murray given the space he needs to be able to really punish the opposition in those one-on-ones. That's what Kent really need to do. Give him a chance to isolate his opposite number, test him. Got to win the ball from the scrum, of course, and that has failed them on a couple of occasions, given the East Midlands dominance in that position. But Kent do come forwards. Oh, well, there was a real urgency to get that offloaded off the floor, and they really should have held on to it, because the only way he was trying to do it was forwards. He seemed determined to get it off the deck. Should have been a case of recycling that, really, for Kent. And all they've done there is hand possession over to the Midlands.
Let's go. Yep. Let's go, let's go! No easy outs, boys, no easy outs. Watch in, inside. Second in. Crouch! Sit. Ready. Use it!
Molotika off the back of the scrum. Oh, that's good support play from the Midlands, and they're thundering over the halfway line, and superb hands from Daniel. And is Daniel going to get all the way to the corner? No, Hamilton is back to make a superb tackle. Then the ball's loose. Midlands have got to be careful they don't get penalised, which they do. Did really well to come downfield. Support play was excellent, and the hands brilliant from Daniel. But it just failed them at the last. Just a little lack of control at the end. And Kent will take this one up. They'll have the opportunity for the line out.
Yeah, you got time. Oh, I saw the line, he's got it.
Not a huge amount of distance on that penalty kick.
That'll be gents. Likely to be, yeah.
Clock ticks down. Line out wasn't straight, so it's going to be a scrum to the Midlands, where it was a fairly innocuous position for Kent to just hold on to possession, clear the lines and hope for the half-time whistle. It's actually turned into a fairly decent opportunity for East Midlands, and they will certainly be doing what they can to try and get themselves ahead on the scoreboard before we go in for the break.
Bind, sit, hold.
Two front rows go down. Just 2 points between the sides. How much will the Midlands now be gunning to use their forward power and win a penalty at this scrum? We've seen Kent undone a couple of times because of the East Midlands dominance in this area. Got to be on the minds of them. Get the shove on, win the penalty, slot 3 points, go in 1 point up at the break. That'll be on the minds of the Midlanders. Ball is in. Scrum starts to move, but they do pop it away. They are going to get to play with it. Little dummy from Williams. He's tackled. Ball stays in field, though. Daniel. Oh, it's just gone forwards. And that will be the last act of the first half. Well, what a great first half of rugby we've had to open up the County Championships finals this Sunday at Twickenham. We look forward, of course, to England-Wales coming up later, but we've got 3 cracking County Championships finals, and we're halfway through the first one. East Midlands against Kent, and a half-time score of the East Midlands 13, Kent 15. We've had 4 tries to enjoy in that first half. Sayers getting the first one for Kent, Molatika getting a brace for the East Midlands, and Max Cantwell also on the board for Kent. And it's Kent who have the edge. Half-time team talks to come, and we'll be back with the second half, where we can just have a look at the highlights. This was where Kent had the turnover at the line-out, had the advantage, and they certainly used it. Aidan Moss. Now this is all about drawing the last tackler, gets that offload away, and Sayers tracked his run back in field. A great try for our first of the game. But then East Midlands getting the next one on the board only a couple of moments later. And this, well, this is the first time we saw it. We got to see it a second time as well. Nothing Kent could really do to stop the drive from the Midlands, and Molatika at the bottom of it. This was the score from Cantwell. Brilliant awareness from the flanker, strong through the tackle. He got through Molatika. Molatika was the one who you can see gets possession at the back of this driving maul. And it was only ever going in one direction, really. Referee straight round in a great position. And that's how all four have gone down in the first 40 minutes. We'll have the second 40 for you in just a few moments. Do stay with us here on our live stream on englandrugby.com and on YouTube, and do let us know where you're watching. Send a message to me. I'm Nick Heath on @RugbyMedia. Look forward to hearing from you, and we'll be back very shortly. So our two teams are ready to get restarted for the second half of this County Championship Division 2 plate final. It's Kent who have the lead by 15 points to 13. Referee Adam Leal gets things underway. Well, the ball not taken by anybody. Saw a little bit of that from the first kickoff of the game. Away from Edwards. Off to the right-hand side. Uses big James Green. Midlands will have the scrum. All have been the words from the two coaching teams, East Midlands. Chair of the playing committee, Jeremy Tyrrell. Head coach Paul Turner, forwards Darren Fox, and the backs coach Chris Parr. John Gallagher is the lead coach for Kent. Taff Gwilliam is his assistant and manager of the team.
Okay. And use it.
Midlands driving forward. Molatika picks. Haven't seen an awful lot of him in the loose. Williams just hesitating and trying to get that ball away, and was well tackled. Got a bit of off the ball action, which the assistant referees just wandered on to oversee. They break up now. Molatika again.
He's out. The ball's there. The ball's there.
Midlands trying to ruck through. Ball is back. Now scuttling back. It's in the hands of Aidan Moss. Looking to try and find room down that right side for Sayers.
What's up there? Lost forward.
Been lost forwards though. Or has it? Is it still there with
the ball.
Kent?
Hands out now. Turnover's good.
It is indeed Cameron. He's got 3 men outside him. Hamilton's cut in field slightly, and JJ Murray is looking for it. He's going to have to play support first of all, away from Edwards. Interplay between McCormick Houston and Bellinger. Kent right in the middle of the field. Quick ball could do it if they could get it out wide. Oh, it's a really good rush up shooting tackle. It needed to be made. Edwards looking to try and ask questions at close quarters.
Don't appeal, please, fella.
Can't leave it to the big men for a moment. Edwards again. Bonner. Turning out of the tackle is McCormick Houston. He's done some good stuff today. Cameron again. Little bit of an opportunity to see the feet of Murray. And he does make 7 or 8 yards. Cameron. They're that close. McMahon must have thought he was nearly there. But we have a player down here. The referee's going to have to blow the whistle. Brett Daines. Been in that position for a moment or two. Medics are just advising him not to move too much, I suspect.
There's nothing, he's out, so we have to stop. I'll do the same for you, boys.
2 points between the two sides. East Midlands 13, Kent 15. As we were at half time, Daines is moving up a little bit now.
Well, we got there in the end. We got stable in the end, didn't we?
One of the Kent players is just also getting a bit of attention just out of your shot over to the right-hand side. Looks like Daines is going to be taken off the field. I imagine an HIA assessment at the very least. So possibly a little frustrating for Kent. Of course, you have to do the right thing in terms of the welfare of the players that may be down. So quite right by the referee, but obviously Kent were building real momentum there. McMahon getting within inches of the try line.
Bind. Sit. Hold.
Oh, balls at the back for Kent, sorry, nearly said Canterbury. We've got a fair few Canterbury players in the lineup. Away from Edwards. Cutting back in field is Nick Porter, who's onto the field. Edwards, Cameron. Little ball back in field, wanting Bellinger to go all the way himself on that inside line. They still go to the right again. Cameron that time, he pops it up for McCormick Houston. Stopped just a few centimetres short, he must have been. Charlie Edwards goes himself round the corner, it's still there. They drive over and the try is scored. The pick and go from close range, and Kent get the first score of the second half, their third try of the match. Great work from Terry Reid. That was the replacement prop, Nick Porter, with that first carry. Then McCormick Houston. Well, first of all, the inside run was from Bellinger. Then McCormick Houston on the inside run here. Just scragged and brought down by Josh Tyler. Critical tackle at that stage. And then Terry Reid, you can just see him taking his position alongside Stradwick. In he goes. Suckers the big mitt onto the ball. And does the hard yards. Or yard, should we say. It'll be a 20-metre finish by the time he's in the bar this evening. Oh, it's a really solid conversion effort as well. Great work from Cameron. .75% success rate for Cameron from the tee so far. And it's the East Midlands 13, Kent 22. Restart won by Cantwell. Not held in the tackle. Edwards. The little low ball, it's well picked up and nicely back inside for Porter, who's carried well since he's come on, but then it's loose and turnover, and oh, it could be a real runaway here, a breakaway score for Sam Crooks. He's going to get all the way. My goodness me, a sudden hit back, and that was just a fumbling error on the floor from Kent. And what a great bit of acceleration from Sam Crooks, making his first appearance at Twickenham. Previously played for Peterborough. Well, that was the 20-metre finish. Well, probably more like 30 or 40. Oh, the tackles were still going in, but he gets there.
And then you drop down, but the ball came out. You see what in the white?
Conversion attempt is good. So we're back to a 2-point game. Kent working really hard for that score to put a little bit more distance between themselves and the Midlands, but Daniel's conversion tightening things up once more. Little knock-on advantage to Kent.
Bind. Sit. Hold.
Kent haven't suffered as much at scrum time as they did in that first half.
Twisted on the surface.
They have suffered there, though. East Midlands are going to get the put in because of that wheeled scrummage. He did try and start to use it before the referee blew the whistle, but wasn't to be. Williams, early engagement from Kent, so free kick to the Midlands. Not taken from the right spot, according to the referee. Well, the Midlands have asked for a scrum. Interesting area of the field to go for that. I think they fancied their chances at earning themselves a penalty rather than a free kick, to try and clear their lines more efficiently and have the throw in to the line out. Scrum's turning again, but Molitika picks. Well, they do get the penalty. And I think on that occasion, the referee decided that Kent were running that one around to try and get the turnover themselves. But it's everything that the East Midlands wanted from making that scrum call, as I said a moment ago. Half an hour left to play of this match. Just 2 points between the sides. Oh, it's another misfire from the Tui. Molitika is going to have to tidy up, which he does well, gets over the gain line. And then the gap might open up for Williams. Oh, it was a half break. And there's a penalty advantage being played to the Midlands. Latui got that ball standing still. Bit of work to do. Williams wanted to go right, now he goes left, then tries to put the little chip through. They know they've got the call from the referee on the penalty, so they'll come back for that.
Number 17, tackle without the ball. 17, tackle without the ball.
So the Midlands, with a penalty, could just get their noses in front. And they are going to go for the sticks. Joe Daniel. Just 2 out of 4 so far. This one should be a fairly straightforward effort compared to some of the more challenging ones he's faced so far today. Kent have been doing just enough to keep themselves ahead on the scoreboard for the majority of the match. The Midlands did get themselves in the lead with Molotika's first try when they went 8-7 up, and now the penalty from Daniel has managed to give them that lead again. Restart's well taken in. Support is there to clear it out. Molitika, big hit from Porter.
He's out. He's out.
They go short side again.
He's off feet now, off feet. Yeah, you're right.
Williams out the back. Oh, it was a quickly advancing defensive line, so they had to use the ball quickly. And little juggle of it from Carrington. Did hold on to it. Boot downfield. Goes nowhere except into McMahon. Semi-charged down, but still in the possession of the Midlands. On their 22. Williams for Latui. Just tends to be taking the ball standing still. It's not giving him much momentum, allowing the defence to just come up and stop him in his tracks. Clearance kick is decent in the end, taking play right up to the halfway line. Took them a while to find enough time to do so. Some of the changes being rung by the sides as well. See that Tom Lewis is onto the field, big number 19. Was with the Midlands for East Club Thorney before joining the Peterborough Lions. He's a plumber out there. Another change being made as well. Looks like we've had the last contribution of things from former England Counties man at under 20 level, Jack Culverhouse. Coming on to replace him, number 18, Andy Ince. First played for the East Midlands against Northumberland at Bedford last May. Pulls down for Edwards anyway, through Cameron. Straight into the big Molatika, who stops the on-running Kent skipper Stradwick. Ball slightly loose, but it's well taken by Bellinger. But there's a penalty coming to Kent. Offside is the call.
Roll out of the channel, don't roll into it, hey.
Don't forget, coming up after this game in, well, just under an hour's time at midday, our 12 o'clock kickoff. It is Cheshire against Cornwall in the Bill Beaumont Cup. Of course, this is the Division 2 plate final. We have the Bill Beaumont Cup, which is the Division 1 final. We also have the Shield final coming up for you later. That's a 5:15 kickoff. England Wales will be taking place here at Twickenham. In between that, unfortunately, we won't be able to bring you that on our live streaming coverage here. But I'm sure you can keep in touch with that through plenty of other channels, social media, and on Sky TV as well. Edwards gets it away. Cameron using Bellinger again. Places the ball back. Edwards, oh, he had it tapped out of his hand. It's loose, but it's not gone forwards yet. A little bit of a dance from replacement Ben Huff. Taken to ground is Royce Cadman and Cameron. They need someone to straighten, and then they need the support in quickly, Kent. It's all getting a little loose. It's that little half second that's allowing the East Midlands to counter-ruck and put the pressure on that ball that then becomes a little bit frantic. Now Cameron comes running on, looking to go at pace down the short side. It's Hamilton. Oh, and he's cutting back in field, Hamilton. Has he got the legs to take him all the way? The tackles come raining in, but he is going to get it down. Or is he? Oh, the referee says he's knocked it on over the line. Goodness me. He puts his hands to his head and listen to everybody. Keep the ball in two hands. Dear, oh dear. And we just have another little look at this one. Oh, he just never had hold of it when he put it down. Hand hit the deck and the ball wasn't in it. Well, well. He'll be hoping that over the course of the next 21 minutes, his team get further opportunities to put scores on the board, because that may sit with him for a little longer than he'd like, if that was the opportunity for Kent to steal this game. Treatment being had by Ben Gulliver. Big number 4 represented England students, makes his debut for the East Midlands today. Played for Coventry, Saracens, Plymouth Albion, Cornish Pirates, Worcester Warriors, Bedford Blues. He's clocked up a few clubs in his time. It was a really nice run from Hamilton, just to pirouette his way down the side, got away from Kareem Lynch, and then he backed himself to get there. But this is where he perhaps should have got the ball in 2 hands and dived over the line with it. He's in fact just looked at that replay. I'm afraid, Daniel, it doesn't get any better with more viewing. They've still got one of the Kent players down, just getting some attention. Do let us know wherever you're watching our live streaming coverage here on englandrugby.com or on YouTube. You can drop me a tweet to @rugbymedia. East Midlands getting a good shove on their own line. Kent going straight backwards to begin with, then they turn, give away the penalty. In those situations, I do wonder whether a team is better just allowing themselves to be taken back a little straight. Surely the team with possession will eventually pick it up from the base, unless of course they decide to try and march you back the whole rest of the way of the field. But it's another penalty against themselves at scrum time. East Midlands with the point advantage. Coming up to the last quarter of the game.
Number 3. Cheers, fella.
So another change being made. Matt Collins leaving the field for the East Midlands. Billy Marcy comes to take over things. No stranger to Twickenham, played in EDF finals for the Cornish Pirates in 2007. Yorkshire Carnegie 2 years later. Another one of the Tongans that we have on the field, 32 caps. Last played for Tonga against Japan in 2009. There he is in the loose, Marcy. Williams through Green, then the little chip over the top, trying to get the chase on, but that will beat Moss into touch. A couple of your messages coming through. Watching live and loud from Newport, South Wales, supporting both Cornwall and Wales this afternoon. Hashtag Oggy, Oggy, Oggy. Well, yes, we do have England Wales later. And of course, before that, that Cheshire Cornwall game. And the BEAUMONT Cup final coming up at midday. Kent through Porter down the short side. Edwards wants people to flood that short side a little bit more, and Cadman agrees to do so. Bonner sets the platform that time. Oh, then it was difficult for Porter to take. He'd taken his eye off the ball, really. Just juggling that one. East Midlands will have the scrum. Tom Reed supporting and watching Kent before I head off to the England game today. Well, that's a nice way to start the day. Have a little watch of what's going on here before you turn up a bit later. Annabel Breakey watching Hugh McCormick-Houston dominate in the County Cup. Watching with Johnny Mack from Hong Kong. Well, Annabel, great to have you watching. And I've got another contender for overseas viewer, Andrew Dewdney, supporting East Midlands all the way from Dubai. Cracking try from Sam Crooks. Well, it certainly was. Took a great opportunity to break through, didn't he? And Ian waiting for the main event, Cornwall, but enjoying East Midlands against Kent. Well, I don't think either of these two sides would suggest that's the main event, but I certainly know what you mean. Here come Kent. Not entirely sure that the East Midlands line was completely back on side there. Cameron. Kent need to get themselves downfield. Need to get themselves back into the lead on the scoreboard, and then they get the penalty, and Edwards takes it quickly. Wants to be careful he doesn't run his way away from his support. Cameron. Oh, looking to try and pick out the runners. Didn't quite work, but there is McCormick-Houston. Oh, and he breaks through. He's just scragged in the tackle, but gets a decent ball popped up to John McMahon. They clear out. Those players looking to try and put the pressure on. Now it's Aidan Moss. Then Edwards again. Porter holds on to that one.
Go inside there.
Out to the open side. They've got men wide. If they could get the ball there, it was perhaps asking a little bit too much on the pass, and then the ball's going to beat everybody into touch. Rich Muncaster following the Amtil boys from Bahrain. Wade Schumann, nice to see Big Sam Crooks score under the sticks. Good game so far. Hashtag what a time to be injured. I don't know whether that means you're delighted not to be playing in a game of this nature, given how exhausting it is to be out there on the big Twickenham turf. Whether you're missing out on a chance to play the big time. Probably the latter. Who wouldn't want the chance to play here at HQ? Ground staff have got a busy day, of course. 3 county championship finals and the small matter of a full capped international. We had the Aviva Premiership final here yesterday, of course. Saracens doing the double, European and domestic. First English club to do so since 2004. First team to retain the Aviva Premiership title since Leicester Tigers in 2010. So huge congratulations to Saracens. Good raft of young English talent that's come through that club as well. Maro Itoje, George Cruz, Billy and Mako Vunipola. The list goes on. Kent with their own catch and drive. Looking to ask some questions of the East Midlands in that area defensively. Decide to use the ball, Cameron. Little ball back inside, and then a good bit of gas, and now can they send McMahon away just over the 22. Edwards, Hamilton's on the outside lurking for it. Oh, and then it's McCormick-Houston, and then they find Hamilton, and he's going to make sure he gets that ball down firmly this time. It's Kent with the try, and he has got reason to celebrate now. Well, we said earlier when he dropped that ball over the line or didn't ground it, he'll be desperate that someone gets on the score sheet so that that moment isn't remembered. And he's managed to make amends himself. Daniel Hamilton. He's a teacher, plays for Blackheath, represented Kent under 16s, 18s and under 20s. Played here for Langley Park in the 2008 Daily Mail Cup final. Oh, sorry, Daily Mail Vase final. But a key score for Kent puts them back in front. McCormick Houston with a great line, then draw of the last man. Nothing Kareem Lynch could do at that point. Cameron then to add the extras in a game that's as tight and as seesaw as it's been. Every point counts. It's just gone in past the left-hand upright. I say in, I mean it's outside of the posts. Just curling in and not making it through. So 4 points the gap. East Midlands 23, Kent 27. Nigel Ponting messaging from Koh Samui in Thailand. You're going to start making them up soon.
Number 6, sub.
Waiting to see Cornwall. Plenty of you beginning to line up on the social media, watching our live stream on englandrugby.com, waiting for that game against Cheshire. Restart solidly taken from Thomas Strandwick under an awful lot of pressure. Has he conceded the penalty though? Well, in fact, it wasn't him. It was as his teammates tried to secure the ball. They've come in round the side. But the key for Kent at this stage is that a penalty won't put Midlands back in the lead. What we do know, though, is how devastating they can be from the driving maul. No prizes for guessing what their tactic is, given the opportunity in this area of the field. Billy Marcy just has a little communication from Andy Ince. Got to get the call right. Winning the ball key. Of course, we saw earlier the try from Kent that was scored by turnover from a loose ball at a line out. Just before we have the line out, another change being made for the Midlands. Will Carrington is leaving the field. Back with Molatika. Who else? Oh, and the driver's got real momentum very quickly. Oh, and the ball down. Try given. Kent unable to really offer anything in challenge to it. It's become such a weapon for the East Midlands over the course of the morning. It's their third try. It's Molatika's third try. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They've just got to get themselves in this area of the field. Activate the catch and drive. Ball is down, transferred to Molatika. And on it goes. They left a couple of the big men out of that one, and they needed them. Clinical and precise from the East Midlands. Crucial kick for Joe Daniel. Good connection, but it drifts to the right. So 50% from the boot today, Daniel. Cameron's restart. Hamilton putting the pressure on Kareem Lynch. Incredibly, after 68 minutes, we are still in a 1-point game in this Division 2 plate final. Need to communicate at the back though, which they do, and it's the skipper, Stradwick. Oh, and he's well driven back in the tackle. That was really strong from Dan Seal. But there's a penalty coming. Sam Eidman onto the field. Replacement scrum half has also lined up for London and South East under-20s. Previously appeared at Twickenham against Durham. Nature of many of these players who appear at county level is that they've had a sniff of a chance of a previous game, whether it's at schoolboy level, at Daily Mail or NatWest Cup finals as we know them. Age grade level as well. Talent will out. John McMahon has made his last contribution to the game. He's been replaced. He's carried brilliantly for Kent. Ball is a little loose for Eidman. Rob White is the man who has done the replacing job for McMahon. Eidman, Cameron. Can they create some room on this outside channel? Looking to try and go round and through all the way was Ben Huff. Eidman. Cadman. Then on to Porter, who makes some good yards. Cameron, can they feed the men in the wide channel on the right-hand side this time? They can. JJ Murray. There's an injury over on this part of the field, as you can just see in the bottom of your picture. It's Royce Cadman. But now Aidan Moss strongly into the tackle and bursts through. Hamilton playing scrum half.
17.
Thought he could maybe do it himself, but he might have got himself caught there. No, the ball is back. Porter, really solid tackle from Gulliver. Not the best technique, head on the wrong side, but he stopped his man. Eidman, Cameron, man and ball tackle, but he has managed to get the ball away, and if you're going to go man and ball, you've got to get your man. Oh, so close for Murray. And it's a penalty. I think the crowd think a try's been scored, but Murray just couldn't finish. He'd have deserved that for some of the running he's done so far today, but it's going to be a penalty to the Midlands. Also close for Kent. Murray holding on to the ball right on the try line. Aidan Moss lost a boot in that. He's just had it retrieved and given to him by his teammate Hamilton. And the clock is beginning to just tick towards the last single minutes remaining of the game. 8 minutes on the clock. Kent have now really got to start thinking about how they can win this game. Oh, and it's call from the referee. Not sure whether there was contact made with the man in the air, or whether he just wasn't happy with the throw-in, but either way, it's a line out to Kent. And Joseph Bonner made his debut in 2002, needs to use that experience now to make sure he gets this one right, which he does. Scorgie is the man who brings it down, the PE teacher, number 18. Eidman's got to be careful he doesn't get away from his support. Now here they come again, trying to get the quick feed onto it, and then it's offloaded to Aidan Moss. Good run initially from White. He's picked some decent lines and backed himself to just run on a player's outside. Hamilton was a little loose, but ball just went backwards from the hands. Eidman. Little offload over the top for Stradwick, was, well, perhaps a little desperate in that area of the field from Bellinger. Needed to control the ball a little more. And the advantage being played. Hacked away upfield. And Aidan Moss will gather. Try to get around Dan Seal, didn't quite work. Ben Hoff with it though, and have they got room on the right now? Stradwick through McCormick Houston. Ball is just kept in field. Eidman jumps down on it. The support arrives just in time. Cadman. They've just about got a three-quarter line to speak of. And they decide to go down the short side. Try and suck in a few more of the East Midlands defence, Kent. Penalty. It's against Gavin Williams. James Cameron, 75%. In fact, he's dropped down to 60% from the tee. What does he make of this position? Wants to have a little go. So we should as well. Crucial penalty kick, 5 minutes remaining of the match. Well, he didn't make a great connection with that at all. Just thumped straight through it. Be a 22 dropout for East Midlands. Will he come to rue that opportunity? 4.5 minutes remain. East Midlands now, as much as they might want to get up the other end and add the points to secure the victory, they've just got to be considerate to ball safety and running down that clock. They go for a long restart, try and tell Kent they've got to do it from way back inside their own half, but Aidan Moss will take on that invitation, as will Ben Hoff. Eidman. Top man again, Bellinger. Ball is whipped away through Cameron. Cadman into a wall of East Midlands defence. They go the same way again. Popped up on the outside. JJ Murray occupying that right wing berth now. Cadman's going to have to play scrum half. Porter wants it. He's supported into the tackle. Ball is squirted out.
Tackle 18.
Still there for Kent. Cameron. Huff. A little bit of footwork from White, but he couldn't shrug off the Midlands defence. Still got a fair way to go. They're still pretty much in the area of the field from where that 22 dropout restart put them. The navy-shirted boys of Kent. Ben Huff again. Now they flood the right-hand channel. Moss got to avoid that touch line, but all he's done is give possession away into the hands of Josh Tyler.
He's there. Leave it.
Keep ball will now be the mission for the East Midlanders.
Don't move for me, stay there.
There'll be no rush on things from Williams. They go close quarters. Billy Marcy.
Use it.
Big unit of Andy Ince.
Use.
Aleki Latui. Kent tackling for all their might. Well, Thomas Stradwick tried to make it clear to the referee that he'd released the man in the tackle there, but he wasn't happy with his positioning. Not rolling away. Time is ticking away for Kent now. East Midlands
Time off, please.
will have the line out. They'll need to be sure of it as well. Big moment this. Midlands can hold on to the ball. You'd expect them to be able to see it through. They do. And they bring it down.
It's inside the 5. More.
They even break through Molatika. And now he's free. And Molatika could go all the way. Is it going to be try number 4? No, he's brought down just short. Quick pick and go. This would surely seal it for the Midlands, and they have scored it. East Midlands get the try in the last minute of the game, and that will seal victory. Kent doing everything they could to try and get possession back. Tom Alton, the man who touches down. They just did really well to keep this momentum going. Got the ball to Molatika. Got away from Cameron. Cameron came back and did just enough to bring down the big man with the tap tackle, as you can see. But then Alton straight into pick and go while the defence was trying to set itself, and the referee really positioned again. He's had a good game. And he saw the ball get dotted down. Don't forget, we've got the Bowmont Cup coming up for you very shortly. I know many of you joining us on our live stream on englandrugby.com and on YouTube. Looking forward to that one immensely. Cheshire against Cornwall. You can see the black and gold just beginning to filter into the stadium. The conversion has gone wide. With 6 seconds left on the clock, the referee says that we will have a restart. Well, a converted try would win it for Kent. They will get the chance. They've got to try and win the ball back from the restart. Cameron. It is just going to go the 10 metres. They try and put the pressure on, but it's one down by the East Midlands. They'll fire this back and clear it to touch. That's all they've got to do. The runners put the pressure on. The ball is kicked away. And the referee blows the final whistle. Jack Green ends the game by putting it into touch, and the East Midlands are the County Championship Division 2 plate final winners for 2015-16. And what a rip-roaring Division 2 plate final we've had. Seesaw game throughout, really, and it was gripping right until the last few moments. Kent desperately trying to get themselves back in the lead on the scoreboard, as they were for the majority of the game, really, but only ever by a point or two. And the East Midlands managing to add to the 1 point slim lead they had with that try through Tom Alton. And they've got themselves over the line. It's a final score at Twickenham in the plate final of the East Midlands 33, Kent 27. So it's been great having your company for our opening game of the day, and it's not long until we move on to the next one. Cheshire against Cornwall is coming up in the BEAUMONT Cup, and we know that there'll be plenty more fans here enjoying that one, and probably plenty more of you tuning in on our live coverage as well. So the live stream will continue. I'll just grab myself a glass of water, refresh the vocal cords, and we'll be back with commentary to continue our coverage just before midday as Cheshire and Cornwall take the field. Be back with you very shortly here live from Twickenham.
First up, the organization, please, all the officials led by referee and ready. Well, what a way to see they play their full continent into Cornwall Kent. They took the lion's share of 60 points in a thrilling match. Let's hear it for the victors, East Midlands! As the captain and hero of the team has stepped forward to receive the trophy, it confirms the winners of the 2016 County Championship Division 2 Lake Final are the East Midlands! Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Twickenham.
Well, good morning once again from Twickenham as we approach midday, and our midday kickoff following our Division 2 plate final. It is the BEAUMONT Cup, live from Twickenham, Cheshire against Cornwall. You're very welcome wherever you're watching this. My name's Nick Heath, and delighted to have your company for this game. You can keep in touch with me on @Rugby Media if you wish to. Tell us where you're watching the game, who you're tuning in with, who you're supporting. It would be lovely to have your company and hear from you as to where you are and who you are supporting. It's the BEAUMONT Cup then. Out of the teams that have made it here, well, Cheshire, they overcame the rest in Division 1 North, including Lancashire, Eastern Counties and Yorkshire. 3 wins, they scored 85 points on the road, and there is the side. Gavin Woods, Paul Millier, Elliot Miller-Mills in the front row. Marwick and Sanders in the second row. That's where the skipper will be. Man who plays his rugby at Macclesfield. Back row, Noel Davidson, Harry Broadbent and Ryan Parkinson. And in the backs, well, the half-back pairing of Joe Murray and Jack Lavin. Ali Baker and Jack Leach are the wingers, and Rhys Hayes, Forbes Edwards in the centres, with Charlie Venables, also a Macclesfield man, bringing things up at the back. Cornwall, well, perennial finalists in this competition, of course, so often taking on Lancashire. They overcame them last year, they lost out to them the year before, but they're taking on Cheshire this year. And their path here was by scoring 88 points, conceding 56, and overcoming the likes of Hertfordshire, Gloucestershire and Surrey. And there is the team. Tom Cowan-Dickey, older brother of Luke, of course, who was playing here yesterday in the Aviva Premiership final. Rupert Freestone and Craig Williams in the front row with him. In the second row, Ben Hilton and Tony Whittle. The back row, Carl Marriott, Sam Matavesi and Herbie Stupple. Half-backs, Greg Goodfellow, Billy Searle. Wingers, Robin Wedlake and Lewis Vinicombe. In the centres, Nielsen Webber and Jake Murphy. And full-back is Plymouth Albion's Matt Shepherd. And we can just have a look at the replacements as well. For Cheshire, Jones, Harvey, Rushton, Oakes, Roddy, Pearson and Craven. And for Cornwall, Brown, Judge, Cook, Fuka, Dorr, Parsons and Joyce. So it's no doubt been a weekend in TW2 for the likes of those travelling West Country fans. Exeter Chiefs playing yesterday, Cornwall playing today. I wonder how many have popped the Exeter Chiefs shirt in the bag and pulled out the familiar shirt with the black and gold. Trelawney's travelling army. And we are ready to welcome the 2 teams to the field. And here they come. Given the passion of rugby down in the southwest and the travelling fans, well, of the ones that are here, it's almost wall-to-wall black and gold. Message in from John Rowe, watching it in Hale. Cornwall couldn't get up today, but willing on the duchy from home. Cheshire known as the Galacticos. Beat Lancashire 27 points to 11 a week ago. Eastern Counties 36 points to 10 2 weeks ago, and they beat Yorkshire as well. Just conceded 29 points, so defensively they have been sound. Will they be able to stand up to the might of Cornwall? Our referee for this one is Jamie Leahy, assisted by John Petzing and Ian Bibby. They're getting ready to get things started for Cornwall. It's Billy Searle scored a hat-trick when Cornwall beat Surrey last weekend to clinch the place in today's final. He's joining the Bristol Academy for next season on a 2-year contract. Talented young man. Gets things underway. The 2015-16 Bowmont Cup final is underway. Delighted to have your company here on our live stream on englandrugby.com, on YouTube, wherever you're watching us. Thanks very much for your company. Cheshire look to clear their lines through Jack Lavin, the Caldy player. Just goes over the head of Matt Shepherd. Hoists the high ball. It's a good challenging ball as well. Able to get the tacklers up, putting the pressure on. But Cheshire do hold on to it well. Scrum half Murray under pressure. Now they try and put a bit of width on it, but they're inside their 22, and, well, danger of it being a bit of a man and ball tackle, but running out of the 22 is Rhys Hayes. He's done well to tidy up there. But it's turnover ball for Cornwall. Thundering down the short side is Sam Matavesi. He won't shirk the physical challenges this afternoon. Good fellow. Searle. Jake Murphy. Oh, and it might just be coming off for Cornwall here. Oh, and they're going to open with a sensational first try. Just look at that. They've absolutely sliced their way through the Cheshire defence. Almost a hint of a forward pass there, but the assistants and the referee happy enough with it as Searle goes over. We were just saying what a bright talent he is, and he pops up to score the game's first try. The cheer from the West Stand will tell you it's a sound conversion. And, well, worrying signs early on for Cheshire as Matt Shepherd knocks over the 2 points. Cheshire 0, Cornwall 7. Just coming up to 3 minutes on the clock. Matavesi takes it in. Good fellow. Long ball over to the right. Decent tackle from Ali Baker, the primary school teacher, but now they sense an opportunity up the up the right-hand touchline. Little chip through, and Shepherd is herring after this. Where's the ball going to bounce? It was well dealt with in the end by Venables. Played for Staffordshire under 14s to 18s, Midlands under 16s, Cheshire 20s. Various age grades, Venables. This is Searle. Thinks he spotted a bit of room, and he does drill that down the middle. Lavin scored 41 points in the championship games this month against Yorkshire and Lancashire. Sends that one back down for Shepherd. Where's he going this time? Just bounces out of the first tackle. Sets it up. The first cheers in earnest of Oggy, Oggy, Oggy from the black and gold supporters. Decent little kick over to the far side to keep the pressure up on Cheshire. What a start from Cornwall. Sound line-out take from Cheshire. Kick downfield. Invited Wedlake onto it. It's gone well, the left winger. Cheshire have got to stay legal as they try and pull forward and put some more pressure on themselves. Good fellow. It's charged down. Oh, and then it's just been nudged forward from Cheshire. They could have gathered it. Might have had a bit of fun down that right-hand touchline if it was on. Good fellow, Cornish scrum half. He plays his rugby in Cheshire, represented Scotland under 18s, 19s and 20s. Played his rugby at Hoyk as well, of course. Home of the late, great Bill McLaren. The idol to many a commentator, including myself. Penalty to Cornwall. Cheshire being dragged down. Protestations from Gavin Woods, but they won't be heard by referee Lee. Cornwall with the line out. Good positive position in the park. Who's going to be the man to take it? It's going to be the skipper, Marriott. Returning to Twickenham after leading Cornwall to that 18-13 win over Lancashire in last year's corresponding match. The breakaway party is still going strong, and there's a penalty advantage being played by the referee. Then goes to ground. They're going to have to put it through the hands. Good dummy from Goodfellow. Had Nielsen Webber running onto it, the inside centre. Cheshire trying to spoil. They go round the other side. Thought they might have been there. Just stopped short. Are Cornwall going to ratchet up their second try here inside 10 minutes? Crabbing the last few centimetres. I think they're hoping the referee's seen that get over, but they are held up. We'll go back for the penalty. No second thoughts from Cornwall about whether they're going to go for the post on that one. 7 points up after 3 minutes. They're going to go for the catch and drive. Well, there's no opposing shove from Cheshire. Interesting tactic defensively. It's another penalty. Cheshire have got to be careful here. It's a very early point in the game to be falling foul of the referee's whistle this many times, and certainly in this area of the field. Popped into the corner once again from Billy Searle. They know what they want here, Cornwall. Let's see what Cheshire do here, because if they don't engage to oppose them all, then they can almost catch a team driving in that sort of truck and trailer motion. But they have got the shove on here this time, Cornwall. And it looks like they're going to get down. Try is scored. It's the second one in the game for Cornwall. The big men managed to do it, and it's Rupert Freestone, the man who gets up. Plymouth Albion hooker. He's a personal trainer, made his debut in the Tamar Cup match against Devon last year when he was with Clifton. Well, I thought it was Freestone at the bottom. A stadium announcer has called it a Sam Matavesi. Let's have another little look. They break away and get over. Answers on a postcard. Well, Matavesi given the score. Certainly plenty closer than I am in my commentary position. 11 minutes on the clock. Cornwall with the 12-point lead. Conversion goes awry. Cheshire, their main objective has just got to be to get into the Cornwall territory. Haven't really been down there much. Restart is well won. Close quarters, grab another couple of metres. There is Matavesi. Away from Goodfellow. Searle looking to just try and get it over the head of the last line of defence for Cheshire, but well positioned. Tackle comes in on Billy Searle. Offers on the first line of carriers, but just goes behind them, carried on by Cowan Dickey. Jake Murphy kicks downfield. Well, that's rather straight down the throat of Jack Lavin. Needs this to come down just outside the 22, which it does, but the chase isn't too strong from Cheshire. Now the kick across from Searle. And it's going to bounce nicely up for Ali Baker, who'll take a chance down the left-hand side. It's just tackled inside the Cornwall half, away from Murray. Parkinson, another one of the Macclesfield boys, who really are the backbone through this side. Front three from Macclesfield. Likes of Marwick, the skipper, Parkinson and Venables. There is Rhys Hayes, secondary school teacher from Chester. Murray. Sanders that time did well to bust through the first challenge and get an extra metre or two. Can they continue to use this momentum, Cheshire? This is a more positive spell for them, but they just end up running into each other. It's accidental from Jack Lavin. Couldn't get one of the piano shifters out of the way. 12 points on the board for Cornwall. Looking relatively comfortable in the opening 14.5 minutes. Goodfellow waits for it to settle just before he gets that ball in. Gets the signal to his hooker. And it's at the back with Herbie Stupple. They break down the short side. Little dummy from the scrum half. Cheshire weren't going to swallow it. There's a penalty advantage being played. Not releasing the tackler before trying to go in and jackal that ball back is the call. Great to know that we've got people tuning in from all over the world, not only from the likes of Hale in Cornwall, but Koh Samui in Thailand, Bahrain, Dubai and Hong Kong, to name a few. Those are some of the messages that we've had into @Rugby Media. That's my Twitter handle. Be lovely to hear from you as to wherever you're watching. There's an offside there as the ball just came forward, so Cheshire will get the penalty. This will be a chance for Lavin to just take a few yards down that left-hand touchline, try and take Cheshire into Cornish territory. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering on. Cheshire line out, in from Millier. Pick from Elliot Miller-Mills. That time it's the skipper, Marwick. Cornwall defence is good around the fringes, not giving away too many free yards. Cheshire trying to set themselves to get the engine moving, but they have managed to get a penalty. So they've got a free shot here. Oh, and it's not really worked out for Lavin. Cornwall saw him coming all day long and held him up. They're going to take the penalty. Our decision here, trailing by 12 points, is surely going to be to have a little look at taking 3. Jack Lavin ready to try and add 3 points from Cheshire. Strikes it right-footed, looks to be curling in, and the flags are raised. Cheshire on the scoreboard then through the fly half. Cheshire 3, Cornwall 12. Messages from a few of you Di Trembath watching from Liskeard. Oggy, Oggy, Oggy. We've heard that going around already a couple of times. Fraser and Danny watching and supporting Cornwall in Cambodia. Well, Trelawney's Army do get far these days. Brian Tonkin, come on Cornwall, enjoying the game on the iPad in Sutton in London. Not too far away, Brian. And Ian cheering in Camborne with a bottle of proper job and a proper pasty. If that's not a Cornishman watching rugby, I don't know what is. And one cheering on Cheshire, Thomas Pearson cheering on the boys. Watching live in Anguilla. Goodness me. Well, good to hear from you all. At Rugby Media is my Twitter handle. As Cheshire breaks straight through from the back of the ruck. He's got no support. Ryan Parkinson has got to do well here to set this up for his teammates, which he's managed to do. Murray, oh, it's loose, but the penalty comes. Ball was slapped down. Lavin's having another look at it. Does he fancy this as part of his range? No, we're going to put this one in the corner. He's done well as well. Got as much out of that almost as he can. Sunshine's just beginning to poke through the clouds here. David Roberts cheering on across the border in Chepstow, Wales, cheering on our beloved Cornwall team. Can Cheshire build anything from this attack? Ball is tapped down, gathered up at the back by Niall Davidson. Ali Barker was on the run around, but oh well, this is a great bit of individual skill from Rhys Hayes. Looked like nothing was on at all, the inside centre doing really well. Then the crash ball for Broadbent. Murray has got three options left. Option of the little reverse ball inside from Lavin. Little pick and go around the side. Cornwall defence equal to it, drive them back a yard. Got to be accurate here, Cheshire. Dancing round the left side is the skipper, Marwick. Then they go close quarters again. The assistant's got a keen eye on it. But Cheshire is short once more. Oh, are they over now? There's a nod on the face of the assistant. The referee's well positioned, and Cheshire have a try. Well, that's what the game needed, given Cornwall's early ascendancy. Cheshire. They will have calmed the nerves. Paul Miller getting over for the score. The hooker well positioned. Wide out on the left is where the conversion will have to come from. But if Jack Lavin can slot it, well, we'll have a 2-point game. Lavin, oh, he might just have nailed it as well. He has done. Flags go up. 2 out of 2 for the Cheshire fly half. Cheshire 10, Cornwall 12. Glyn Wellington watching Cornwall online while cooking the roast for everyone at the Globe. Great match so far. Magic Mermaid, Cornwall Rugby streaming, cider in hand, and sunshine. That is a super St Ives Sunday if ever I've heard one. John Rivers. Nearly read that as Joan Rivers, John. Watching the mighty black and gold from Army Training Centre, Purbright in Surrey. Well, if you're not called Joan Rivers by now, you certainly will be soon. David Skews watching in Camborne, Cornwall. Goes without saying who I'm supporting. Well, yes, Cornwall get themselves a penalty just inside the 22. Chance to strike back and add 3 points immediately after Cheshire get that try and conversion on the board. 16 minutes remaining of the first half. Stuart Quarterman watching Cornwall versus Cheshire by the pool in Gran Canaria. Well, it's all right for some. Not sure they'll be doing glasses of proper job and pasties in Gran Canaria. Cornwall to assert a 5-point lead. It's a little jab of a conversion style from Matt Shepherd, but it's effective enough. Gets the penalty to strike back after the try. And Cheshire 10, Cornwall 15 is how things look now. Restart from Lavin. Oh, that might drift away. No, it has just taken a bounce before it goes into touch. Cornwall will have the line out. Max Smith tuning in from Bali. Go on, the Galacticos. Mia and Rory supporting Cheshire from Sheffield. Come on, Tom Sanders. Kevin Cornish watching in Plymouth, cheering on my beloved Cornwall. If your name is Cornish as well, that is exceptional, Kevin. Cornwall just breaking from the back of that line out, setting up the ruck. Good fellow, feeds Searle. Finds a bit of space just in behind Venables. Leach is going back to tidy up as well. They've got plenty of time. Plays it to his fullback. Searle. Little chip downfield. To put a fair bit of pressure on Cheshire. They're going to try and take him into touch, but in fact they've just wrestled the ball straight away. And now they thunder upfield through Jake Murphy. At 10 metres out, they recycle quickly. And then they give it to one of the big men who is stopped well by Cheshire. It's a good, decent tackle from Parkinson, but here come Cornwall again at full tilt. Ball is loose, but it's a penalty to Cornwall, and I think we're going to have the game's first yellow card. It's going to be 10 minutes in the bin for Tom Sanders. Well, I just read out a message or two of support for him, and unfortunately he transgresses just while Cornwall have all the momentum, and that momentum is looking likely to be rewarded by another 3 points from the boot of Matt Shepherd. Played with Redruth, St Austell and the Cornish All Blacks, amassed 64 points in last year's BEAUMONT Cup, including 15 in the final. Another 28 points this season on his way here. This to take his tally to 8 in the final so far for 2015-16. No problem at all. Cheshire 10, Cornwall 18. Cornishman watching from sunny Hampshire, Matt, with a London pride. No local shops were selling a Cornish brew. Hashtag travesty, quite right. David Bessel, come on Cornwall, watching from Brisbane. Jonathan Apps, come on you Cornish, watching in Woking, Surrey with the old man. Cornwall clear the restart. Let's go Cornwall, hashtag black and gold from the Radbournes in sunny Edinburgh. Lots of sunshine around. In Redruth watching the game, come on Cornwall. Mark, Gareth and Jake. Jason watching the black and gold from Northern Ireland. Come on Kernow. Beth Carey, Cornish expat in Nottingham. I'm not going to read that Cornish, Beth. I'll only embarrass myself. They have the ball. Rupert Freestone tidies up. Plenty of pressure for Ali Barker as Herbie Stupple steams in with the tackle. But Cheshire get the penalty. Cornwall just positioning their bodies too far over the ball. Might have a bit of a leg or an ankle injury here for Ali Baker. Certainly was under a fair amount of pressure once he'd caught that ball. So he'll get a moment's attention. Chance to just run through a couple more of the messages that we've had coming through. Billy Lewis, 2 Cornish boys cheering on Trelawney's Army from Winchester. Cheers from Billy and Patrick. Danny Gardner, can you say a big hello to Phil and Fiona at the rowing club in Newquay? Lots of love, Fraser and Danny in Kampot, Cambodia. Hello, Phil and Fiona. Dave and Joe watching from Chicago, USA. You're just showing off now. Ian Hardman cheering on a Cheshire comeback. Huge congrats to the lads playing today. Well, comeback was on. Cheshire have added another couple of penalties, but there's still plenty of time left in this one. Paul Coleman watching the match and cheering on Cheshire here in Birkenhead. And a picture from Emma Callingham watching and cheering on in Cornwall. Come on, black and gold. Might need a bigger sofa there, Emma. There's quite a few of you crammed on it. I like it. Knocked on from Cheshire. There'll be a scrum to Cornwall. Tommy Baxter Hill watching the game in Truro on my iPad. Come on, Cornwall. Black and gold, so well supported, but good to see the messages coming in from Cheshire as well. John, watching in Bodmin Hospital waiting room. Not the original plan, but still watching the black and gold. Well, that's the benefit of online streaming, isn't it? Wishing you all the best, John. Andy Moyer watching from Landrake in Cornwall. The Moyers, the Puckups and Farmer Will. Come on, Cornwall, black and gold. Ball is in. Loud blast on the referee's whistle. Cheshire going to ground. They concede the penalty. Fair amount of jiggery-pokery at the line out, and it's not worked for Cornwall. It's come down on the Cornish side. Lavin looked to try and find Shepherd out of position, but he gets across well to get under that. Always something Stuart Lancaster said about Lee Halfpenny when he's playing at the back. No matter where you think you've found space, he always ends up appearing under the ball. Billy Searle from inside his 22. Kept that in field. It's a bullet pass across the field for Lavin, who then does manage to find Robin Wedlake a little out of position, but is that ball going to roll all the way? It's not quite. Back for Shepherd. Makes the clearance. And after a fair amount of aerial ping-pong, well, Cheshire will have the line out just inside the 10-metre line in Cornish territory. Issa Guha, my fella, glued to the screen here in Sri Lanka, cheering on Cornwall. And there's a picture, no less. That's wonderful. The tidiest of line-out throws. Scrum down to Cornwall. Rod and Helen cheering on Cornwall from Cloudy Harlow, Essex. I have to say, Cornish fans, I've done a fair few streaming online games on englandrugby.com. In asking people where they're watching, has there ever been a response as strong as this? You are all glued to see how your beloved black and gold do, and at the moment they're in relative control, leading by 18 points to 10. Just under 7 minutes remaining of this first half. The BEAUMONT Cup coming to you live from Twickenham. We've had the Division 2 plate final. It was a very tight seesaw game, but it was won in the end by the East Midlands against Kent by 33 points to 27. England-Wales, of course, coming up a little later after this game. Not on our live stream for you, unfortunately. Some other slightly bigger broadcaster might be taking that one. And but we do have the Shield final back on our live stream at 5:15. So feel free to tune in with us again for that one. Little pirouette with the ball from Charlie Venables, but we are going back, referee playing advantage, and it's the penalty to Cornwall just inside their 10-metre line. Vietnam going. Message watching from Bonn in Germany. I was recently in Berlin playing in a touch tournament. Lovely part of the world. Nick Thomas watching in Athens, Greece. Sun and Guinness, but no pasty. Well, you want to look at the picture that Ian Concrete Driver has just posted up. A few bottles of proper job. Saffron cake for afters too. There we are. Catch and little drive to set up the ruck from Cornwall over on the far side. Then cutting back in field. How they'd love to get another score to add to their tally before the break. Ball is away. Tom Cowan-Dickey had some time with the Exeter Chiefs himself, Plymouth Albion and Cornish Pirates, currently at Redruth. Into the middle of the field. Matavesi on the run around and then cuts back in field. That's really good feet from him, and then finds support from Searle. And Searle might decide to try and go all the way to the corner. He looked for support. The ball went back off a Cheshire hand, and then some neat little play. Ball through the legs from Nielsen Webber, but I think it just went forward in the process. Certainly one of those passes in that corner. It was really nice from Matavesi to find the support in Billy Searle. Searle pops up brilliantly in that fly half roll where you might expect a centre to be on your shoulder, or even a winger, the likes of the way Chris Ashton carved out that sort of style of play of just always being on the shoulder, ready for that offload no matter who got through. Might have fallen out of favour with the current England regime, but was on flying form in that Aviva Premiership final yesterday. And Billy Searle, the young talent, joining the Bristol Academy. Will there be a chance to see him in the senior side, given their recent promotion? There'll be more West Country derbies on the horizon in the next season of the Aviva Premiership, with Exeter, Gloucester, Bath, and now Bristol down there, of course, back in the big time. Stefan Storr, South African, cheering on Cornwall from sunny Falmouth. Matt Warman, come on Cornwall. Marina Pascoe cheering for my beloved home county from Dorset. There's a Cornishman cheering the boys on from Gloucester. Bill Mitchell from Perranporth, watching from my hospital bed. Come on the black and gold. Hope that's not the colour of the bruising, Phil. John stuck in Plymouth, not as exotic, but still supporting Cornwall. I'm sure it's delightful, John. Cheshire doing their best to find their way out of the 22. It's a high ball that Shepherd will get under. Just thinks about which way he's going to go. Comes down the left-hand side and finds a good line. It's back in field. It's actually a penalty to Cheshire. Cheshire taking play just down to their own 10-metre line. Line out one by Cheshire. There was a Cornish hand in there as well, but it's a little untidy. Managed to get over the gain line enough. Little show from Sanders. Just on his way to set up the next right. Good strength from Miller Mills. Presents that ball. Coming through and trying to disrupt things with Chris Fuka. Decent kick downfield though, playing the percentage rugby from Cheshire. That's what they need to do. Cornwall enjoying the open running stuff. Cheshire will have to play the corners to try and keep them pinned back, give themselves as much opportunity in this one. Adam May watching from the Isles of Scilly. Plenty of you all over the world watching this one. Fuka again takes that one down. Cheshire trying to disrupt. Cornwall told to use it once. All seems to break up. Everyone stop what they're doing. And the referee will say taken in by Cornwall, not one back. And so Cheshire will have the scrum. Scratch on a couple of heads from the Cornish forwards. Wondering quite how they lost control of that. Here come Cheshire again, looking to try and keep enough depth on it to try and get around the on-rushing Cornwall defence. Popped up again to the skipper Marwick. Then Murray through Lavin. Still going. Little signal out of your shot down on the near side from Ali Baker. I think he fancied the idea of a chip over the top if it was on, but it wasn't, and the little ball forward means that the referee can blow the half-time whistle. Well, the first quarter was certainly an opportunity for both sides to come out with a bang, and we certainly saw that. It's tightened up a little bit in that second quarter towards half-time, but that's to be expected as the two sides have done their feeling out of each other in that first half. It's a half-time score of Cheshire 10, Cornwall 18. And we can have a little look at some of the highlights from that first half. Well, this was the try on about the second minute. I did say a question mark over whether that was flat at best, but the supporting line from Searle was good. And you can see the clenched fist and the punch in the air from Vinicum, number 14, the red winger. That was the game's first try. Then a little bit of more up-close stuff can see it's with Matavesi there at the back with the bright yellow boots. Crabs around the corner and gets the ball to ground. And at that stage, Cornwall were up by 12 points to 0, but Lavin got a penalty to make it 3-12. And then the assistant had to have a real good look as Millia went close quarters and got over for the try. That tightened things up with a conversion to 10 points to 12. 2 penalties from Matt Shepherd have then re-extended Cornwall's lead. So half-time, it's Cheshire 10, Cornwall 18. We hope you're enjoying our live streaming coverage here on englandrugby.com. We'll be back as the second half kicks off in just a couple of moments. So just as we await the second half getting underway, a few more messages from those of you watching around the world. Watching the live stream supporting Cheshire Rugby, that's Oral. And John, any chance ever mentioned for the club? Proud history, bright future. Well, of course. I remember watching Oral in many years gone by. Dean Brooker watching the Albion RFC boys in the Cornwall rugby game on the iPad from New Zealand. Laura, come on Tom Sanders and come on Cheshire. Dino watching from my armchair with a cider in sunny St Ives. Sarah Cloak cheering on Cornwall from the sofa in St Austell with my dad and boyfriend. Oggy, oggy, oggy. Quite right. Mark Johns in Redruth watching the game. Come on Cornwall. Cardiff Uni wishing Cheshire all the best from Cardiff University. Katie Bradley cheering on the Cornish from Oman in 45-degree heat. That's the literal meaning of black and gold, isn't it? Mad Chipmunk, come on Cornwall from Chris Chappell, ex-Troon boy now living in the Costa del Sol. Watching the gold and black in between work, checking in campers from Roseland's Caravan Park. Shout out to Sean from Hemel Hempstead. Hello, Sean. As the game's about to get back underway. Cheshire trailing by 10 points to 18 then. Restart into the sunshine in the 22. Clearance downfield is a decent one. Take play up to the 10-metre line. Cheshire line out.
No chance. Way on.
Come round the corner. Oh, it wasn't picked up at the back, but tidying up work
Release, Black!
was done by Miller Mills. Shipped on by Parkinson, looking for the little offload around the back, Sonny Bill Williams style, but it didn't quite come off, and it's still loose, and Cornwall keeping up the pressure on Cheshire. Reverse pass out the back door from Murray under pressure. Lavin. It's a good spiral kick. Well taken by Wedlake. Pass back in field. Shepherd just couldn't quite find the support there. Cheshire have got possession back. Lavin through Hayes. Just goes down the centre of the field when that ball is bobbling towards the touchline. Will it go all the way? Oh, it just stops short. Not able to dot it down for the 22. Decent clearance from Cornwall though. The result of all that, Cheshire have the line out. Both teams have done their best to fox me in my commentary position by wearing shirts slightly out of order to how they appeared on my team sheet. So I apologise to Chris Fuka for naming him a couple of times, or rather I should apologise to Damien Cook, because he is of course the man wearing number 19.
That's one. Please, 5. Use now.
Cheshire fling it into open water. Hayes gets it on the wraparound as Baker was scragged. Leach, Sambach's man, is well driven back in the tackle. Looks to present the ball. Matavesi went in to try and turn it over. It's loose. Picked up by Mike Craven. Parkinson out the back. Now Venables. Penalty to Cheshire. High tackle. Call from Lavin was fairly immediate. Quick check with the skipper. Certainly the right call. 8 points the difference. Going to need more than a converted try to take over the scoreboard. No problem from Lavin. Cheshire get themselves up to 13, close the gap.
points of the semi-final, Cheshire Deputy Rugby Team, Jack Lemon.
5 points between the sides. Cheshire 13, Cornwall 18. Changes being made. Cornwall losing Nielsen Webber. And also Craig Williams making way. Cheshire trying to burst their way out of the 22. Lavin looking to test Searle. They'll hoist it, send Shepherd after it. Shepherd with a good jump, and he does bat it down, but just didn't reach the hands of Wedlake. He was there waiting for it, but it just beat him into touch.
Respect them. Thank you.
Oh, Cheshire nearly losing that one over the back of the line-out, but it is controlled and taken in by Sanders, who sets up the platform. And it's away again from Murray. Lavin hoists the high ball, just coming down beyond the halfway line. Oh, well, then there's an offside, accidental as it may be.
Offside for knock-on.
It brings about the penalty as that came flying off Wedlake into Peter Joyce. And that's a penalty. It is one of those laws of the game that I wonder needs a bit of a review. The instinct to catch a ball that comes flying at you, even if it might have come off a teammate who's behind you. It's not really as if Cornwall were going to try and play on in that situation. But as the laws currently state, it is a penalty. Lavin then to continue to reel in that Cornish lead. Just tried to drill it low, give it the distance, it flicks off the bottom of the upright. Shepherd feeds his man who clears downfield. Decent length on it too.
No! 8 black away! Play on.
Cheshire managed to break round the fringes. Murray. That ball has gone about 1.5 meters. Gathered in by Cornwall. Just lost a bit of their shape and structure in this second half, Cornwall. Possibly just need to get back to doing the basics well. Ball is kicked over and aimed into the corner, and that's decent. It's almost an exact response to what I was just saying, just playing the corners once more, keeping up the pressure on Cheshire.
Time off, please. Changes for black, number 1 and 5.
More changes being made as the cavalry come on. In the meantime, some more messages from you, Cian Atkinson watching from sunny Druth. What a game. Adrian Hingston, bring it home, boys. You're doing us proud. From AJ watching on my iPad in a quiet Falmouth. Hello to Sean Northey. Stuart Freeman, the Monaco Grand Prix will have to wait. Impressive first half from the black and gold. Best of luck in the second half. Line out from Cheshire.
Ball.
Not sure it went to the plan they had set, but it was one eventually. Murray with the box kick clearance. Does the job, takes play about 15 metres further upfield. Samantha Simmons watching from sunny Redruth with all the family. 7 kids cheering Cornwall on. Well, hello Samantha and everybody there. Johnny Kenny watching in sunny Macclesfield. Please can you shout out for David Marwick and the Macclesfield lads. Come on Cheshire. Cornwall through Redruth's Richard Brown. Then away from Joyce. Searle, Matavesi over the 10-metre line. Set up the ruck. Joyce again, Searle wants to just probe into that corner. The chase is on from Shepherd as well. And the ball will beat them into touch. But that is more high-pressure rugby from Cornwall. Just what they need to be doing.
Please.
Graham Dorr, the coach of Cornwall, and Ian Morgan, strength and conditioning James Earp. For Cheshire, the head coach and selector Steve Rule, Matt Cairns forwards and defence, and Simon Verbikas backs and attack. The teams behind the teams.
Please.
Cheshire come out of the huddle, hoping to have got the call absolutely spot on. Wasn't the sharpest arrows from Paul Miller a moment ago, but that one has worked.
Ball.
Close challenge from Cornwall, but Cheshire have held on to it. Now they get their drive
Take
together.
away.
They actually peel away. Niall Davidson, the man to do so. And the clearance kick. Just outside the 22, so can Cornwall build from this platform?
Just wait. Just wait for the sub.
Change at scrum half for Cheshire. Leaving the field, the Wirral's Joe Murray.
Go the 10.
Ben Jones on for Cheshire. Little ball back in field, and it looks to have opened up for Wedlake. Can he go all the way? Stopped 5 metres short. Good tackle from Cheshire. Last line of defence held firm from Jack Leach. Now they're going to try and flood to the left-hand side. Cheshire are calling numbers over there urgently. Then it's close quarter stuff. The big number 8, Herbie Stupple, has got over for the score. And Cornwall get past the 20-point mark. Real intensity from the black and gold men. Just suddenly turned it up when they needed to. Great line from Wedlake to set the momentum going. Takes Cornwall to a 10-point lead with the conversion to come from Shepherd. Shepherd taking his time over this one. Absolutely motionless as he focuses. The charge is on from those under the posts, but it's ineffective because Shepherd has nailed another 2 points. Cheshire 13, Cornwall 25. Great line. And the line at his mercy from Herbie Stupple. Caleb and Mummy supporting the black and gold from Kaylee Gibson. Come on the lads. James Murray watching this great game down Druth. I love Cornwall and the Reds. What a day for some rugger. Troy Tempest sitting here with Marina, cheering on the boys as well. The black and gold boys. Of course, coming up after this one, for those of you with the means to watch it, small matter of England against Wales. That's a 3 o'clock kickoff. And then at 5:15 we have the Shield final to round off our county championships finals here at Twickenham this Sunday. Hope you're enjoying the bank holiday wherever you are, and thanks for joining us on the live streaming coverage here on englandrugby.com and on YouTube. My name's Nick Heath. You can reach me on @rugbymedia. Clearance kick from Cornwall was a little misfired, so it's given Cheshire a line out just inside the 22. Given the try just going down for Cornwall, Cheshire will need to find a response. Just over 25 minutes remaining of the match. Ball is in and one back, but first man to react was a Cornish one, and it was Chris Fuka. Came steaming through. Searle kicked straight downfield. Venables will take it. He's just going to return that straight from whence it came to Jake Murphy. And then Rhys Hayes plays it infield to Lavin. Hayes providing the support line, but the ping pong continues. That ball has just taken a bit of a dart and it's going to fly over the try line. It'll be a 22 dropout for Cornwall. Rod Truant. Cornwall 10 points clear. Time to eat my pasty and open my bottle of Betty's Dogs. From Rod of Harlow. Oliver age 10 cheering on Cornwall. Come on black and gold. Joe Jeps. Cheshire need to bring on Tim Oakes if they want to win. Charlie Venables doing what he can there, coming forward. And the ball swiftly away from Ben Jones.
Release 7!
Jones there, goes right this time. Lavin using the skipper Marwick to carry on. Cheshire debut was 9 years ago. Produced an inspirational try-scoring performance in this season's opening 29-11 win against the East Counties at Chester. Skipper Marwick going a little sideways more than they are forwards though. There is Marwick again, coming forward to join the line from that sweeper position he's been occupying was Rhys Hayes. They can just get over the halfway line this time. Marwick again. It's carried all day long. Lavin. Little cut in field. Loose, and then a little miss pass, and Cheshire are now finding a little bit more room over on that far side. Just in touch is the call from the assistant though, and the Cornish defence doing just enough to thwart that attack. Josh Matavesi watching the little brother here in sunny Camborne. Hashtag Cornish Fijian. Good to know you there, Josh. Thanks for getting in touch. The Dutchy charcuterie are watching. They're watching whilst making salami in Redruth. Well, of course they are. It's what they do. Hashtag black and gold. Just a momentary stoppage for a bit of attention. Tim Carr watching the black and gold in Nottingham. Camborne boy by heart. Jason McGrath watching from sunny Troon in Cornwall with a cold cider in my better half. Some punditry and analysis from Robert Geach. I'll come to that in a minute as Cornwall look to get going again. Little hitch kick, and this is good support play as well. Is he going to have to go all himself? He has managed to offload Robin Wedlake, eventually getting it off to Sam Parsons, but we are going back. There's a forward pass in there. The crowd will tell you what they think of that. Cornwall thought they were in. Great running from Wedlake. Scored 2 tries on his senior Cornwall debut last year against Gloucestershire. One moment we think we're watching a score down one end, and we come back and it's actually a good position field-wise for Cheshire from here. Scrum just goes down, we'll have it reset. Going back to the tweet from Robert Geach, Cornwall play through the phases and history beckons, back-to-back championships. Jenny Trevithick cheering on the boys from the Mermaid and the beautiful Isles of Scilly. My apologies to Di, England-Wales nowhere near as important as this. Quite right too. Trish and Phil watching in Heemore in Penzance. Come on Cheshire from everyone at Chester Rugby Club. Well, I'm sure the various clubs that have fed this Cheshire side are fully supporting. It's a free kick for early engagement against Cornwall, and getting up ahead of steam and wanting to try and get things going. Ben Jones. They've just coughed up possession to Cornwall there. Diego Artist supporting our black and gold boys, and my old Redruth teammate. Kirsty McCauley watching the big game, avoiding bank holiday DIY with Simon. Well, I don't blame you for that at all. Chris Sidwell, this game is making you twitch. I want to see someone about that. Tristan Benjamin watching the Cornwall game in sunny Birmingham. Fiona Floyd cheering on Cornwall from Truro. Got to leave at 1:30 for a christening. Hope it's all over by then. Well, we have 90 minutes on the stadium clock. Depends if many more scrums go down. Cornwall to clear from their own 22. Searle didn't have a lot of time. Did pretty decently in the circumstances. That's the sort of talent that Bristol have seen and what they would like to nurture in their academy. Dave and Gemma cheering on Trelawney's Army in Bedfordshire. Callum Looker, let's bring the cup back home again. Justin and Sarah watching from Wales. Michael watching from sunny Redruth. Recovering from my op a few days ago. Well, best wishes for a speedy recovery, Michael. Scrum, line out, not straight. Scrum to Cornwall. Those are the sort of moments where Cheshire need to be squeaky clean if they're going to find their way back into this one, and just not work for them at set piece on that occasion. Nigel Ponting, come on Cornwall, watching with my Australian pie, mushy peas and Chang beer and Koh Samui. Well, there's a mix of cultures for you. Mel, having to watch from sunny Troon, Cornwall this year with partner and son Ethan, who yells as loud as his dad at the TV.
Set.
Well, there's your next generation then. Penalty to Cornwall. Playing the man without the ball. Great service this afternoon for all the Cornwall rugby supporters watching from the Duchy. Well, that's good to know. Cheering on the Cornish lads from sunny St Ives, Rob Hitchens, John and Louise Peace cheering on Cornwall from scorching hot Newquay. Is it surfing weather down there today, everybody? It's always surfing weather, isn't it? Come rain or shine. Here come Cornwall. Matavesi offloads to the right, and the wraparound is Searle. Always looking for what he can do next, even once he's just got rid of the ball, Billy Searle. Cornwall will come again, back the other way. Cutting back in field is Murphy. Plymouth Albion outside centre. Also played for the Cornish All Blacks. Low ball was a bit messy, so we're going to go back for the penalty. Brian, Tobias and Runty watching online from Rugeley in Staffordshire. That's not a very nice nickname, is it? Elliot Webb, big performance by the black and gold so far, hoping for a win. Cheering on brother Lewis Webb from Truro. Cornwall not getting carried away, sensing the right opportunity to just add another 3 points and turn the screw on Cheshire. Shepherd to take his personal tally to 13 in this final. No problem at all. Adds another 3 points to the Cornish tally. It's Cheshire 13, Cornwall 28. Given their pedigree in these sorts of finals, defending the title from last year, it's going just the way the black and gold boys want it to. Cheshire with the restart. Jack Lavin. Hung long enough for him to give his teammates a chance to get there, but Cornwall do well. Well, I say they do well, it's just been knocked on, in fact, by a black and gold hand, so Cheshire will have the scrum. Shout out to David Smith from Hemel Hempstead. Hey, David. Best of luck, Cornwall, from everyone at Logan Park. Richard Edwards cheering on Cornwall from Brunei, Southeast Asia. Used to teach Sam and Josh Matavesi. Good to see them both doing well. Well, Josh, we know you're watching. Richard Edwards there. Do you remember him? Cat cheering on Cornwall from praise. No pasties though. Well, you've let yourself down there, haven't you? It's lunchtime and everything. Untidy at the back of the scrum for Cheshire. Referee says play on because Cornwall might try and make the most of it. And that they do. Coming at real pace down the far side. Joyce looked to consider going himself. He'll set up the platform. They'll need someone to play scrum half. Just a little chip down, keeping the pressure on. Keeping Cheshire going backwards, facing their own try line. David Parrish cheering the boys on from sunny Launceston. Come on, the black and gold. Richardson family watching in Newport, South Wales, supporting Cornwall and Wales next. Of course, we have England-Wales at Twickenham at 3 o'clock. Cheshire. There's still time enough in this game for them to mount another comeback. Shepherd loves a bit of open field in front of him.
Advantage.
Peter Joyce. Feeds off to the left. Jake Murphy. Penalty Cornwall. Penalties are mounting up now.
Not now. Not now. Not now.
Cheshire not rolling away. And you just sense that under the cosh, under the pressure that Cornwall are applying to them, Cheshire are just beginning to get a little bit tired. 12 minutes remaining of the match. Hampshire against Staffordshire is the Shield final that's coming up at 5:15 here on EnglandRugby.com. If you're enjoying this one and fancy another counties final later on after the England-Wales game, then do rejoin us for that. Cornwall getting the rumble on. They still have it. It looks like there's only going to be one conclusion from this, or have Cheshire managed to stop it? They've stopped it illegally, pulling down the maul. Penalty to Cornwall. No doubt the referee being asked as to whether he would have considered giving a little more than just a penalty. So just nudges it into the corner. They'll go for the catch and drive again. The Olds and the Taylors watching in Newquay. Well done, you beauties. They're sensing that the job has been done by Cornwall. Cheshire again not challenging in the catch and drive. Matavesi well tackled. Searle. Oh, and he's coughed it up. Cheshire have possession. Well, they've done well, really well defensively there, Cheshire. They opted not to challenge at the line-out to avoid giving away any penalties. They could just tackle the man, but now Cornwall, absolutely scintillating pace down the right wing through Vinicum. Hasn't been given an awful lot of room too often in this game. Represented England, counties and Cornwall at schools, under 20s, 7s and seniors. Certainly got the gas. It's his 6th appearance at Twickenham. Cheshire appealing for a turnover penalty, but nothing doing. Searle, ball back inside, was just a little untidy. Now can they get themselves away on this right side, Cheshire? Cornwall do well to flood the channel with players. Chris Fuka. Oh, sorry. It's Nicholas Pearson, the Sheffield Tigers man, just trying to get going on the floor. Lavin through Marwick. A real bit of pace now from Cheshire. Two wingers in direct competition. Shepherd's done well to pluck that ball out of the sky. Penalty Cornwall. And it's just overheating a little bit down there now. Let's have a little kiss and a cuddle, shall we? Sun beating down. It's just getting slightly overcooked. Referee just wants a word with one or two of the main protagonists of that little moment. Paul Miller just being, oh sorry, Rhys Hayes just having a little word had with him. Billy Searle will get the chance to put this down the line. Line out for Cornwall. Nigel Polk watching from sunny Saltash in Cornwall with the family. Oggy, oggy, oggy. Richard Atkinson, great to see Cornwall doing so well, especially the Plymouth Albion boys. Luke Holmes, Luke, Sarah and Carey. The bar team cheering from sunny Newquay Rowing Club. Jackie, great commentary. Well, my thank you. Watching and listening back home in Cornwall, Trelawney's Army. Little dummy at the back from Greg Goodfellow.
Let it go. No,
Kept things ticking over well for Cornwall. Then a little probe, try and get Cheshire going backwards again, but deal with that one a little better and then go back the same way from where it came. Pull downfield for Shepherd. Wants to put a high ball up, does he? Wants the support. Oh, he's just stumbled face first into a tackle. What are the options? Goodfellow goes for a little box kick over the top. Sits up. Taken in from Jones. Good feet from Jones. Got the pass back in field. Wasn't the tidiest, but Miller Mills will tidy up. Of course, his sister Harriet picking up the Women's Premiership Player of the season. Really come on leaps and bounds for club and country, Harriet Miller Mills. Great young talent. Shepherd. Ball was touched as it went out. Referee just having to let his assistant know. Tim Fox, shout out for Sam Fox, Cornish boy playing rugby in Wellington, New Zealand. Seven minutes on the stadium clock. Cheshire 13, Cornwall 28. Cornwall line out. We're ready to resume play. Little bobbles downfield. Hayes puts a left peg through it. Shepherd comes forward. Just bowls that one into the left corner. Lavin thinks about taking it quickly, but Shepherd is there alongside Parsons.
Stop the clock, please. 19 black. Change number 19. 19. 19.
Couple more changes being made. Damien Cook leaves the field. Tony Whittle into the fray. Cheshire looking to do a fair amount of running with ball in hand, but they're just around their own 22 at the moment. Long way to go. They have got a little width on Cornwall if they can try and get it out there. Or then they could go straight through the middle through Levin. And then a decent offload as well. Cheshire have come all the way from their own 22. They need to try and find the support, which they do in Niall Davidson. Could this be the score of the day? Great support play, but then in the end they've just driven into their own player. That's unfortunate for Cheshire, because that was a really lovely build-up from their own 22. Great break from Lavin. The support runners all saw that it was on. Seen them do it a couple of times though. They just get within a couple of metres at the end and it just doesn't quite come off for them. Lovely break though. Good support line and ball back in field from Craven. Then it was popped up for Tim Oakes. Then it found its way from Forbes Edwards into the hands of Davidson. Then it just...
Bind.
There we are. There's the moment it just broke down. They were also keen to support. They were almost in front of each other. Good fellow. And he's managed to get a penalty. Cheers go up from the supporters. Pushing straight the call. Well, where the Exeter Chiefs just came up a little short yesterday after a mighty second half fight back that Alex Good undid with that try on the last few minutes. At least this portion of the travelling West Country fans have managed to support a team to victory this weekend. It was a noble effort by the Exeter Chiefs. Such a great rugby story. A club developing and doing it all exactly the right way. They'll be back. As Rob Baxter said during the week, it's just another step on their journey for them. It certainly isn't the end in terms of reaching a final at Twickenham. But for those supporting the black and gold here, in the true Cornish colours rather than the Devon club, well, they look to have done the job. Just under 3 minutes remaining. 15 points the gap. Cheshire still playing though. Lavin. Oh, did that go forward? I think it did. Referee was right on the spot. Lisa Remark watching in sunny Grandpound with a tribute and some oggy pudding. Come on the black and gold. Walter's family watching in Camborne, Cornwall. Bill Beaumont Cup is coming back to Cornwall. Certainly looks like it will be.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Penalty Cornwall. Cheshire front row have just begun to check out. Is there enough time on the clock for one last flourish from Cornwall? Get a sense that could be on if they've got the legs in them. Ryan, great game today. Proud to be Cornish. Well, it's a proud part of the world. To all of you watching, it's been great to have your company for this Beaumont Cup final, wherever you've been watching, and you have been watching all over the place, all over the world, all over the UK. Cornish expats in counties all over the country. Line out is tapped back for Cheshire. It won't come back into the hands of Cornwall. Into the final minute now. Good strong breaking through of the line. Then the little switch back in field. Jack Leach achieved the Roses double by scoring against Yorkshire and Lancashire along the way. Cheshire going down the line, but it going forward in the process. Just a little punch drunk at this stage, you sense, giving it everything. And the sunshine out there is pretty warm as well, you have to say that. It was fairly overcast for our early game, but it's been largely out for this one. Great conditions to watch in, but certainly exhausting to play in. Credit to both of those sides for playing in the midday sun. Thanks for your message, John Rowe. Appreciate that. Ian, close the border with England for tonight we party. The Cornish independence rises once again. Will certainly be a Cornish party all the way down the motorway, no doubt. Little cut back in field. Are we going to have a last little flourish for Cornwall? They're just a metre or two short. It's a penalty advantage. Referee blows the whistle. The clock is already red. They tap and go. They fancy it. Matavesi offload. Long ball out to the right. Is Matt Shepherd going to finish things? He certainly is. It's a try for Cornwall to seal it. They'll celebrate the score, but they're celebrating the win because they know they've done enough. Shepherd adds 5 points with the try to the tally he's already amassed. He's got a conversion opportunity to add as well. But it's just been confident and powerful. It's what you come to expect from a Cornwall county side. Rugby brain and brawn. And we've seen plenty of that this afternoon here at Twickenham. I dare say many of the black and gold shirts will be enjoying the England-Wales game. They'll only be disappointed that they haven't got Jack Knoll to cheer on as well. Shepherd then, can he make it around 20 as a personal tally? Like a soldier on sentry duty, motionless before he begins his run-up. Oh, he's absolutely nailed it as well. What a glorious finish for Matt Shepherd, and what a great finish for Cornwall. They are the 2015-16 Beaumont Cup champions, and the cup is going back to Cornwall once again. 20 points to the boot of Matt Shepherd, but a final score at Twickenham of Cheshire 13, Cornwall 35. Thoroughly enjoyed having your company this afternoon. Thanks for keeping in touch on social media. It's been great to have your support of both sides. Commiserations to Cheshire, but congratulations to Cornwall. Those of you watching can enjoy another pasty and an ale or two, because the Cornish boys, the black and gold and Trelawney's army, have done it again. Hugs all round, and great sportsmanship as you will always see in our great game, as the players show appreciation to each other and the officials. And Twickenham gets ready for England against Wales. That's a 3 o'clock kick-off, and we'll be back with the third County Championship final later on at 5:15, or just before our coverage will begin. And that is Hampshire against Staffordshire in the Shield final. But if you've got Sky or any other means of watching the England-Wales game, well, that is going to be a fascinating encounter. Eddie Jones hoping to get up to speed ahead of their 3-test tour to Australia. Warren Gatland hoping to get Wales up to speed ahead of their 3-test tour to New Zealand. Plenty to enjoy. More rugby on this Bank Holiday Sunday for the rest of the day. But from me, Nick Heath, on @Rugby Media, it's been a pleasure to bring you this game. Congratulations once again to Cornwall. We will stay with the visuals, but I'll check out for now and leave you with the victorious Cornish side, winners of the 2015-16 BEAUMONT Cup. Goodbye for now.